I'm just fucking chewing really quick. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. We are in June. It's June the 4th of June. It's 8:30 something in the morning in Dungeons and Dragons. What is session 53? Odyssey of the fucking Dragonlords, you fucking son of a bitch. And I have a really bad headache today, so that really helps. Thank you. But session 53, Odyssey of the Dragonlords, titled "All Shall Be Revealed in Time." And I don't know who was here last week or 2 weeks ago and watched this, but some shit went down, and we're going to get into it. And first, we're going to do a recap from Arcadia, and then we'll delve into this session.
Good morning, everybody. It is the end of our day 2 of our great games, and we are now in our downtime. Demetrius and Nico are heading to the shopkeeper who was going to sell him the ring of swimming and asks if Corbin and Arcadia want to go. Corbin will go with him, but he wants to get his boots resized first, and Arcadia declines, instead grabs some of her gold from Corbin's bag of holding, and she splits from the party. So Corbin, Demetrius, and Nico go to the boot dude to get Corbin's boots of speed resized. He's a little old gnome. He will resize them in 12 hours for 100 gold pieces. Corbin gives him an extra 100 to take very good care of the boots. When they go outside, Demetrius asks Nico to turn into a large grizzly bear, and he obliges. Meanwhile, Arcadia goes to the board to see who is competing where, as well as who won what. The only game left is the Royal Labyrinth. She's not interested in the competitors, so she stops by the bank to see the exchange rate because she wants to get rid of some of her smaller coins. And she returns to the diamond wholesalers and buys another diamond worth 300 gold pieces. Back, approaching the shop, the shopkeeper is hanging outside with 3 friends and do not seem surprised to see Demetrius with a bear on a leash and a collar. Demetrius says they agreed the ring of swimming would cost 300 gold pieces, but the shopkeeper said that was only if it was in stock, and it cost extra, depending on how difficult it was to procure. Demetrius counters with just 300 gold pieces, or they have a problem. And the shopkeeper says they'd have a problem with his friends and the boss man. And we hear a low, deep chuckle come from inside the shop. Hear someone walking with a cane, and the boss man emerges. He is huge, at least 15 feet tall. Demetrius says he assumes he's in charge of this operation, and he corrects him by saying he's in charge of all operations. Demetrius says he's canceling the purchase and expects no trouble from him, and the boss man says he can cancel the purchase, but don't bother trying to get anything else in the city. Demetrius says the first person to deny him anything will see it ripped from their hands for free, and the boss man chuckles and says there will be a problem when that happens. Demetrius threatens to bring the crew of the Ultros to the next meeting, including Maxina, who he says she's a close friend of ours, and the boss man finds that kind of interesting. Demetrius goes to leave and says he hopes he watches him in the next game. And the boss man says he watches everything, just like he saw them go into the boot shop. He has spies everywhere. When Demetrius says, well, that was his friend's business, the boss man says, you are the company you keep. Corbin is concerned. He goes up to the boss man and asks him to please not have their dispute spill over into his affairs. And the boss man shrugs and again repeats, you are the company you keep. Demetrius is making a threat against his business, and he cannot have that. And when Corbin asks if there's a chore they can do to make this right, the boss man asks for 2,000 gold pieces for his troubles. Demetrius again says he wants to leave, their business is concluded, but Corbin insists on making sure the dispute does not spill over to him. And at that point, the boss man reveals he knows the bear is Nicodemus, the druid, and that Arcadia is at the bank. It's his city. Demetrius finds it hard to believe all the surveillance is over one measly ring. The boss man points out that he threatened one of his associates, and they don't take that too kindly. He watches everyone, not just the party. At this point, Demetrius gives Corbin and Nico the look that he's about to attack. Corbin tries one last time. The boss man wants 2,000 gold pieces, and Corbin says he doesn't have it. He says when Demetrius said he was going to come and find and take care of his shopkeeper, now he's involved, and he does not like it being involved in things. Demetrius asks him if he's going to listen to his friend's pleas or things are about to get messy. But the boss man asks him if he's going to threaten him in front of his associates. Demetrius says he's guessing they're done talking, pulls out his weapon. The boss man asks him if he's sure he's going to threaten him like that, and Demetrius says he's not going to threaten him, he's going to kill him. Corbin yells out one last time, "Are you sure you want to involve me in this?" The boss man says if he doesn't want to die with his friends, he suggests he leave. That he thinks the time for talking is done. Nico attacks first, misses the boss man, but Demetrius hits him 3 times. Then one of the associates hits Demetrius, and the boss man laughs and says, "My turn." And he punches Demetrius twice and takes him down. He holds up his hand and looks at Corbin and Nico and asks, "Are you not satisfied?" Corbin walks up to him and hands him 2,000 gold pieces using some of Arcadia's gold. Corbin says, "Very well, enough. I still ask that we make this even now." The boss man says, "Very well. Next time teach your centaur some lessons, or else we'll have to send him back to my associate Bragos." He walks away. Nico goes to pick Demetrius up by the back of his neck and drags him away, swipes at the shopkeeper who tries to steal something from Demetrius's pack, and the shopkeeper says he's sorry, he's just trying to get his due, and says, "Let this be a lesson to you. We are no longer welcome in his shop." There is a crowd laughing around us. After Nico has dragged Demetrius a ways away, Corbin gives him a potion of greater healing. And when he explains what happened, Demetrius repays him. And he puts it back, and Corbin says, "Thank you." He did not want to have to explain that to Arcadia. Demetrius goes back to his tent to rest. Corbin goes to retrieve the potion he requested. Remember, he found that health potion that Gaius likes to take before he competes, and he went to a seedy apothecary to get her to create something that looks like it. So he disguises himself, picks up the bottle. He goes into Gaius's tent and sneaks in through the back, and he switches the vial. And while he's there, he sees a little folded piece of paper, takes a quick glance at it, and it's a crayon picture of a daddy, a mommy, and 2 kids, and says in crude writing, "Good luck at the games, Daddy." He puts it back, slips out the way he came, and as he leaves, he hears a meow, gets a bag of cat spice for the cat. He notices the price is 5 copper, but they ask him for 1 silver. He gives it to the cat, who rips open the bag and digs in, and he takes a rest. Nico takes a rest as well. Arcadia, meanwhile, has gone back to the Ultros and asked Maxina if she knows anything about the 100 Hands competition. She doesn't. It is a new event. She asks her if she has any leads on cheaper potions of healing. She says she could probably go to the source, but the source is in Arisia. She doesn't have any leads in Mitros's underground thieves world. Arcadia goes to the bank, exchanges a large amount of copper for gold pieces, and we all take a long rest. We wake up to the heavy smell of smoke and loud chatter. We see a large black plume of smoke coming from the harbor in the direction of the Ultros. It takes us about 40 minutes to get there. Smoke is still going. The dock where the Ultros is was set on fire. There's also rubber that's still on fire laid out on the deck, and she sends Nyx up. It spells, "Leave this city." She looks at the party and asks, "What did you do yesterday?" Corbin pulls her aside and explains Demetrius's beef with the shopkeeper, explaining that the shopkeeper is kind of unreasonable. Oh no, actually he says, usually Demetrius is kind of unreasonable, but in this case he's not sure he was even wrong and that the guy wronged them really badly. Explained that he overcharged him for the ring, and when he refused, he didn't allow him to refuse. And he said, Demetrius is not prone to be reasonable even under normal circumstances. And Arcadia asks, he overcharged him for the ring, or Demetrius didn't pay him what he asked for? There's a difference. And Corbin says, no, he overcharged him to begin with. Very unreasonable. Arcadia just sighs and shakes her head. Corbin goes to retrieve his boots, which is 40 minutes away. Demetrius searches the crowd for clues as to what happened. The dock to the Ultros is gone, but the Ultros, fortunately, is not touched. The first report was about an hour and a half ago. He asks the crew of the Ultros, and they saw a few dark shapes running about in the fog. It got foggy for a little bit, and when the fog dissipated, the dock was on fire. There are differing opinions on how many shapes there were, 2 to 5. He boards the Ultros and asks if Moxina knows anything about this, and he finds out that the boss man is her husband. She won't interfere with the situation, and she does say that they might not see eye to eye on the gods. Boss man is a Sidon worshiper, and their relationship is difficult sometimes, as she is on the Ultros, assisting the 5 gods. She says the rubber words are not his style, but he might have ordered it done if he wants us out of the city. And when Demetrius tells her Corbin paid him 2,000 gold pieces to leave us alone, she says, he might not leave us alone, but we might have a little bit trouble buying things. They might be a bit more expensive. Demetrius then asks her if she would mind if we killed her husband, and she laughs and says she's been trying to do that for 10 years. Her marriage is one of convenience. Demetrius returns to the docks and tells the party what Moxina says. Personally, he doesn't think it's the same guy. There's no reason he would want us to leave the city, because as long as we're here, he can try to get more from us. Maybe it's a new enemy. Arcadia says she thinks the fact that he pissed him off is enough, and wishes he wouldn't bring his personal business on the rest of the party. Now we must all suffer. He reminds her of Steve. Demetrius says he didn't. The man was completely unreasonable. At that point, we notice Corbin is not there, and we go to the cobbler. The cobbler has heard what has happened and gives Corbin his boots, but tells him he now has orders to charge him and his compatriots extra. We take a short rest so Corbin can attune to his boots of speed, during which Corbin pulls Demetrius aside and asks him what is going on with him killing the Minotaur. It's not like him at all. Demetrius said he received a vision, along with the one revealing Nico's family, that commanded him to sacrifice a Minotaur in the name of his god. Corbin asks him if it was the horse god, and Demetrius says yes. Corbin, why would the horse god want a Minotaur sacrifice? Demetrius, I do not know the ways of the gods. Why do these lazy gods allow everything that transpires in this city? I think we need to question these things. Why did you start with questioning those 5 gods that you serve? This place is a hellhole. Yes, I think you might be right. I don't trust them as much as I used to. Indeed. Did you see them the other day? They were being all friendly with their mortal enemies, putting on pretenses whilst trying to kill each other in the shadows. Yes, something is definitely very, very wrong. A few months ago, Sidon tried to destroy this entire city, kill everyone here, and now he's attending the game and laughing and being a funny little father. Unbelievable. Very strange. Corbin won't tell the others about the Minotaur. Demetrius doesn't mind if he does, but Corbin will leave it to Demetrius. They rejoin the others. We are getting ready to be in the Kyra kart racing game, and we're going to be a team of 4. So we go to the arena to look at the rules. I'm sorry, I see that. I can't, I've been trying to do Demetrius. The only thing I could get from him is that he doesn't always pronounce his THs. I'm sorry. Sorry, Dan. I've got to work on my accent. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to be a low voice. When we get to the arena, there's a very large and angry crowd, and they're demanding to know answers. Demetrius asks one of them what's going on, and we find out that the Kyra kart racing has been canceled. When we go there and ask one of the organizers what's going on, a very beautiful young man looks up and his eyes widen and he gets a little glint in them when he sees Demetrius. And he says they have been postponed because of the simple fact that they can't find Kyra. Demetrius asks him if he knows where the other gods might be, and he says he doesn't. He's just a lowly peasant. Demetrius eyes him up and down and tells him he's looking for a new servant to help him shave and bathe, and asks if he's available. The guy looks it up and down twice, and Demetrius flexes his muscles. And he asks if he'll get to sail on the ship with him. And when Demetrius says yes, he agrees. And he tells him to arrange his business and be at his tent tonight. He'll show him his quarters on the ship tomorrow, and they'll discuss the details of the pay later, but he'll pay him above average. Nico gets the pickle out, calls for Kyra, shakes the pickle, nothing happens. Corbin hears retching coming from a tent, and we see Gaius come out. He is super pale, and he's carrying a big container of water. He says when he woke up, he felt great, but now he can't stop vomiting. Demetrius asks him if he's seen any of the gods, but he's just been in his tent, and he will not tell us where Sidon hangs out. We hear him puke again as we leave. We go to Acastus's palace to ask the other gods where Kyra is. People give Corbin and definitely Arcadia jeers and a wide berth. We enter the palace and find out the four gods are missing. Demetrius says, I think there's trouble. Corbin, yeah, it looks like that. It looks that way. Maybe we should get on the Ultros and get out of here. And do what? We need the gods. Do we really need the gods? The king will give us an audience. He knows the gods have disappeared, but doesn't know where they went. The last time he saw Valis was yesterday afternoon. Sidon and Lutheria cannot be found either. Nyx doesn't see them from her flying above, and Corbin summons vengeance to him. She looks hangry, and he feeds her some rations. She jumps into his pack, and a few seconds later, she emerges holding a coin. On our way to the Ultros, we walk through the old Minotaur village. A young Minotaur child comes up to Demetrius and looks at him longingly. He recognizes Demetrius as the one who helped kill his father. The child hugs him, saying that his father, he went out in honor of Lord Sidon, and his family is also thankful for that. Because of Demetrius, now they can eat. Demetrius tells him his last moments were very brave and that he was the toughest Minotaur he ever faced. The child looks up at him with tears in his eyes and thanks him, saying hopefully one day he can also go out in battle. And Demetrius gives him the precious iron dagger we got from the dwarves on the Indigo Island, made out of the unusual metal none of us have ever seen. The child's eyes grow big and he thanks him, calling him Demetrius the hero. Arcadia takes all of that in. It's the first time she and Nico have heard of Demetrius killing the Minotaur. We go back to the fire. The fire on the dock is finally out, but the rubber writing is still there. Nico sees one of his old buddies surveying the damage and shaking his head. He says, there seemed to be some trouble in the city last night. He pissed off the wrong person. And Nico actually knows who the big boss man is from his being the dockmaster of Metros. Demetrius is incredulous that no one in the city seems to care that the Oath of Peace is about to expire. We don't have time for this petty shit with the boss man. And this is confirmed by Nico's conversation with his friend, who seems to care more about Nico's performance in the games than him saving the world. We board. Versi is not there. No one has heard anything about the five gods. Arcadia suggests we go to Vulcan's Forge and go to the secret entrance by the waterfall, and it takes close to a day to get there. Meanwhile, Arcadia meditates and does her parkour exercises. We dock underneath the waterfall, don't hear any sounds of working. The salamander is there. She hasn't seen Vulcan in a couple of days. He had said something about going to Metros for the games in his honor. The dwarves there are not working. They're lazy, and only Vulcan can craft items for us. Demetrius tells the salamander the gods and titans have disappeared and asks her if she knows what would cause such a thing. And she says, you can't make somebody disappear unless you kill them. Demetrius thinks they're too powerful to be killed, but the only thing she can think of is the fates. We start to leave and she asks for meat. It turns out that the dwarves have neglected her and the dogs. Arcadia goes to hunt by the lake, and Corbin goes with her and asks her to help him with his bow. She kills 3 deer, and when she's field dressing the third, she hears the dwarves grumbling. Demetrius and Nico have forced them to work. She replenishes her rations, feeds the dogs, and gives some to the salamander. And when she returns, the party notices that she is kind of soaking wet. Demetrius asks her, did you go fishing? Arcadia says, I took a quick bath, and Demetrius bites his tongue. We decide to go to the constellation of the prisoner, hoping to get help from Chelsea, who is trapped there. She is the goddess of swiftness, and to get Brygos as well. Verena and her fellow tiefling will join the party in pursuit of Brygos. Corbin goes to Nico. I'm very troubled, Nico. I'm beginning to question our entire goal here. The gods do not seem to be what I thought they were. They just don't understand. My mind is not what it once was from before. What do you think? I think they plot with each other too. Whether they're against us or not, I don't think they truly care for us. They have their own agendas. But I'm here to save this world with our people. Are we really saving it? I don't know. I truly hope so. They tell us that the peace is here, but I don't know who we can trust anymore. But we know in our hearts we're doing the right thing. We just have to stick with it. There may be some times when we doubt ourselves, but we have to stay together as a team and depend on each other and rely on each other. Just know in your heart that you're doing the right thing. Yes, I think from now on I will do what I think is right and not what the gods tell me is right. Corbin goes to bed. On the morning of the second or third day, we awaken to land ho! And we see a smaller island with a lot of smoke coming off of it. It doesn't look big enough to be a main island, and one of the sailors tell us this is not Fire Island where we were heading. He doesn't know where we are. Arcadia sends Nyx up to investigate. She reports it looks post-sacrifice. There are no creatures on the island, but there are a lot of bones. When we get there, we see lots of bones, cloth, and a couple of pieces of armor. Some of the bones are very large, and because we killed a dragon, Demetrius knows that a lot of them are from dragons. We find 4 dragon skulls and 2 humanoid skulls, and it looks like a recent sacrifice. There's no altar. The island is a wide open plateau. We can walk from one end to the other in about 10 minutes. We don't find any caves, tracks, or hidden entrances, nor do we recognize anything ritualistic about the setting. Arcadia takes a closer look at the clothing and armor. The first thing she notices, Pythor's cup. Demetrius wonders if we're asleep. The second thing she notices, Kyra's clothing. The third thing, Vulcan's hammer. Demetrius tests if it's a dream by trying to kick Corbin, but he misses. The fourth thing, Valus's necklace, earrings, and crown. The fifth thing, Sidon's clothing. The sixth thing, Lutheria's clothing and jewelry. Demetrius is going with this hypothesis that this is a dream, but there's no way the gods are dead, so someone is fucking with us. But we can see, feel, and touch each other and have been 4 days out together on the sea. And this does not feel like a dream inflicted upon us by Lutheria. We're wondering if the gods did battle with dragons and killed them. And we take everything, including the bones. It takes a couple of hours. We decide to return to Mitros to find a wizard to cast a spell on the bones to find out information on what happened. Demetrius goes to set the Antikythera to the constellation of the Bear, and he notices there is a new setting on it for here. It's the constellation of the Chalice. We go to bed that evening. Corbin awakes to the smell of smoke and notices he's back in his tent in Mitros. We are all back in our individual tents. When we emerge, we notice the smoke is again coming from the docks in the direction of the Ultros. Nyx confirms that it is the same, with the rubber words. Demetrius looks at the Antikythera, and a symbol of a chalice is on it. It is still there. He informs the party. Arcadia asks the nearest person what day it is, and it is the very next day, the third day of the Great Games. Demetrius asks if the game is on, and it is. It's about an hour before the sacrifice, so the game will happen in about 2 to 2.5 hours from now. Nico shakes the pickle. Kyra responds. Valus is with her, and Demetrius tells her what happened. We just received a strange 4-day vision that took us to an island where we found remains of you gods. Remains of us gods? What are you talking about? Like you were vaporized. We found your crown and your clothes. And our bones? Yes. What kind of bones did you find? We found dragon. No, we didn't find your bones. We only found your stuff, like your clothing and your crown. And we found dragon bones and humanoid bones. There is silence for a minute, and we detect faint whispering between her and Kyra. How many dragons? How many humans? 4 dragons and 2 humanoids, and the remains of you, as well as the Titans. And she tells us to get to the Temple of the 5 Gods post-haste. When we get there, it is clear of everyone. Valus's guard, including Michaela, are outside, not letting anyone in except us. We enter, and we see Valus, Vulcan, Kyra, and Pythor. Pythor looks sober. They ask us to close the doors. Demetrius is holding the Antikythera. They ask us to describe the vision we had. We relate the entire vision, and Demetrius shows them the new symbol on the Antikythera. They exchange glances with each other. Pythor gives a little nod. Valus says, well, that is very troubling. That island might be a sign of things to come if you are unsuccessful, because you did not just find our remains. You found all of our bones. Demetrius, huh? What do you mean? Corbin, are you saying you are part dragon? Vulcan stands up and says, enough! Show them already. Kyra says, remember, you have to keep this between us, okay? The 4 stand up, and a bright light comes from all of them. And after the light dissipates, before us are 4 dragons. Demetrius says, wait a fucking minute. You are not gods. You are dragons pretending to be gods. We end the session on our 54th day together with 43 days remaining of the Oath of Peace.
Dun dun dun. But yeah. So that was a good recap. I like it. So, what are you guys' thoughts? I don't know how to. So, I was trying to think of how to kind of jump into this, but what are you guys' like? Let's just kind of jump right into it.
Well, I think Demetrius just said, "Wait a fucking minute! You're not gods. You're dragons pretending to be gods."
True. And oh god, let's see. I don't remember this. Okay, so Corbin, Arcadia, and Nico. You hear in Draconic that they are gods, as there are 4 bronze dragons.
Oh, we hear them say to each other that they are gods?
Yes, and they speak in Draconic.
I will ask him in Draconic, but what happened to your riders?
They died.
And how did you live?
We are dragons. We are old. We live forever. We live a long time.
But I thought there were severe consequences for breaking the bond.
There are.
And obviously you're more than dragons now.
We are.
How did this happen?
They do not answer. There are, and then you hear Pythor will say that there are things that transpired that they are not fully aware of.
Are they still talking in Draconic?
Yes.
I would say related to the peace?
And you're speaking Draconic, yes?
Yes, I am.
Okay. They say in all aspects.
Arcadia says, "Would you please speak in common? I can't understand what you're saying."
I will ask the dragons if they would speak in common so the others can understand.
You don't. It says you understand Draconic.
No, this is what Arcadia says. She says, "Would you please speak in Draconic? I can't understand what you're saying."
Okay. And then Corbin, or no, Corbin. You don't even need to translate. Pythor says no. In Draconic.
And I will tell Arcadia that they only wish to talk in Draconic at the moment. So I'll ask him, so why have you revealed yourselves now?
The fact, and this is another one that is coming from Volcan. He says that there are, what you have witnessed is a sign of things that should not be coming. But if you're seeing this now, they have a feeling that stuff is imminent. And that the Titans are they found a workaround of the oath, if that makes sense.
And are we your workaround for the oath?
Silence.
I take that as a yes.
Arcadia is going to say, So are you gods or not? In common.
Say what again?
Are you gods or what? In common.
Corbin would say, I asked him that, and they said yes. They are. But it is related somehow to the peace. And they think the Titans have found a workaround to the peace. And I think we are their workaround to the peace. I think we're all in a big game here.
And what exactly makes them gods? Seems to me that they're just a bunch of old lizards.
I think it's related to whatever happened with the peace.
How do you even know if you are a god or not?
That's a good question.
And what are the Titans?
I will ask that question. What are the Titans? In Draconic.
They are, and then one of the dragons will respond that they are children of Kintamane.
Kintamene's the many-handed thing?
Correct.
He says that who is the Titans are?
The Titans are.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, the obvious next question is, who is Kentamane?
We know that. That's the many-handed god.
Yeah, but what is he? Is he the one true god?
No.
I'm assuming Corbin is translating this back and forth.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'm going back and forth.
Okay.
Do they have a response to that question?
He is also another god. He is one of what is known as the old gods.
Where did you come from?
Silence.
So you and I assume your riders arrived here 500 years ago, or how long it was, and now you've pretty much taken over and you're telling people that you are gods. I can understand why Sidon is a little upset.
When you say that, Kyra kind of gives a little roar. In displeasure.
I will ask them. Did you take your powers from the gods, or get your powers from the gods?
Versi, or not Versi, what the hell's her name? Valis very quickly says no.
Do I believe her? Can I insight check a dragon?
You can. Roll that in the tower. It's an insight in the tower. You do. You believe her. That was a plus. Yeah.
I'm still not sure I believe her, even with an insight check.
I will tell Corbin something isn't right. If these are just dragons fooling people and keeping their identity secret, I mean, we've killed dragons before. It's not that big a deal.
They're not fooling people. They have more power than a regular dragon now.
And Pythor, I know speaking like in Draconic is kind of like a rough language. So, but you get the sense he's coming across very gruff when he says, "If it wasn't for them, that all the mortal races would be dead."
What do you mean? What did you do?
Just Corbin translate that too. Is he translating everything?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I won't translate that part.
Okay.
we'll say, clearly they have become gods or demigods. of
Clearly,
some kind.
it's not clear to me at all.
Well, they're not regular dragons. I can tell you that.
As who?
Hmm?
What makes them special? Why aren't they regular dragons? Because
They-
they say so,
they've gained some form of godhood.
according to them.
Well, from everything we know and have seen, that certainly appears to be the case.
Does it? Doesn't seem to me like it's the case.
Well, I think that's what has happened. And I think it's related to whatever caused the peace, but now the peace is falling apart.
I haven't seen them
speak
do
to them
any
in-
godly deeds at all.
I will speak to them in Draconic and I say, so if the peace fails, you will lose your godhood?
They look back and forth between each other, and Vulcan says, "We do not know."
I think they'll lose more than their godhood. I think Sidon will turn them into ashes. I think
I'll
we've
ask
seen the
him-
scene.
I will ask him in Draconic, if you give up your godhood, would that maintain the peace?
Silence.
Well, clearly they're not going to tell us anything. We need to go talk to Sidon.
So I will say again, so what should we do with this new knowledge?
Who are you asking that?
Oh, that's the dragons then.
They ask that you keep it between yourselves. That they fear kind of like maybe a revolt in a way. If
For good reason.
they're not talking to you in common.
No. Oh.
They ask that you keep it between yourselves, that they fear a revolt in a way if it was to get out. Because you know how.
I will definitely translate that back to the group.
Okay.
Okay. And Mitchell doesn't seem
Arcadia-
convinced.
Arcadia says to Corbin to ask Vulcan if he will still forge things for us.
I will ask the god, so
And before you even ask that, Vulcan nods his head and yes.
And
They,
Arcadia, shouldn't you
And
ask what it means
then
that
she
you're?
said-
Oh.
No, and then she says to him, then why do you need so much gold to forge my weapon? Is it because you're a dragon? Because that is hard to come by, and if you want us to save this, and then I need to have that weapon forged for less gold.
And he kind of laughs and kind of responds that, how did he respond? That the cost is for materials and for, people got to eat, and materials and time, and, nothing's free.
I will turn to Arcadia and I says, really? Right now? How about you focus on the things that are important instead of trying to get a little bit of money out of this?
And look who's talking.
Look who's talking. A centaur, a half
Look who's
horse to a
talking,
half
huh?
dragon.
while they're doing that, I'm going to ask in Draconic to Pythor, is like, does this mean Arcadia is part dragon?
He will say he is not certain.
Did you ask
I
that
will,
on Draconic? You asked,
Only
did you ask that on
Draconic.
Draconic?
Yeah, and I will side-eye look at Arcadia to see if I see any scales or anything.
I'll take out my dragon slaying halberd. And I will try to test Arcadia by gently touching the
Well, no,
metal
you
against her
don't know.
skin.
You didn't hear me ask that.
No, but I know. I already said before you asked that she was a half dragon.
Hmm.
And I will try
She
to.
looks at him.
And I'll say, "Does this hurt you?"
It's a halberd, of course it hurts.
He
Oh,
backs
I'm
it
not cutting
away.
her. I'm pressing
What are
the
you
flat
doing?
side. I'm seeing if you're a dragon. I mean,
She
you're
looks like
Pythar's
that.
kid, right?
And then you look at her and you kind of see that that hadn't occurred to her. And looks kind of sick to her stomach.
It does explain all that greed. I mean, you stole my ring.
She says, I'm still not certain it's really yours.
Real convenient. And I will turn to Corbin and I will ask, are they going to reveal anything at all about the Oath of Peace, where they come from, or anything important? Else I'm going to Sidon. And I'm going to ask him what's up.
I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
When you say that, one of them hisses.
I will tell Demetrius that I don't think that's a good idea. I still think the Titans are very bad, but I think there's more going on with our friends here as well.
Easy for you to say. You're not a centaur. To you, these people might be kind and peaceful, but to me, or to my people, they were the conquerors that driven us off our land.
The Titans were not very friendly to the Centaurs either, I don't think.
Well, times change.
And remember, not all dragons are the same.
And
They're keeping secrets, they're hissing at us.
and Corbin, when you say that, Kara says in Draconic, just like that, all centaurs are the same.
I'll tell Demetrius that they said that. You know some centaurs are not good.
I just have a little difficulty being lied to for so long. And then, when I finally get told the truth, they're still holding back everything.
I'm not
We don't know
sure-
what the Oath of
I'm not-
Peace is, where they
I'm
come
not
from.
Sure they can. I think this oath is preventing them.
Why do they even care about Cilia? It's not their homeland. Why do they care to rule it?
Well, after 500 years, it's certainly their homeland now.
What's their business here? Ask them that. Ask them why they are here.
I will ask. Of course, they can understand anyway.
Yeah. Oh, Ralph. So, what exactly are you asking?
Why are you here in Cilia? Where did you come from? Why are you still ruling these cities? Why are you opposing the Titans? Why are you doing everything that you do?
Because of Balmetria.
Who? Who has Balmetria again, Arcadia? Do you know?
Balducci is the silver dragon. That is probably Mitros, but I don't know if we actually know that. But Mitros sacrificed herself, and the city of Mitros is named after her, and she sacrificed herself.
Who is Balmetria? I'll ask, because
Well,
I assume that was out of character knowledge.
They will say.
And just a reminder that Balmetria was the sculpture outside of the dragon shrine when we drank from the horn and had the vision of being on the Ultros. And also when we went into the necropolis, that big shrine, the big tomb, there was a giant shrine tomb for her. And she started off as Xander's dragon, I believe, and then when he passed away, she became someone else's dragon. And there's more information that I'll have to look up in a second.
So Balmetria, Vulcan will say that Balmetria was his wife.
That's just what?
His wife.
But she is dead now, right?
and Corbin, I don't know how you'll translate this, if anything, but Vulcan will very angrily tell him to have more compassion when he speaks of her.
All right. My apologies. She has gloriously passed away, but what does that have to do with anything that you're doing today? Why aren't you in some cave sitting on a hoard of gold?
She was the one. She is the mother of these three and Narcissus.
Okay.
What three?
Pythor, Kyra, and Valis. And he also says Narcissus, but I don't know if you've heard that before.
So Vulcan's the father of the other gods?
Oh, the other dragons, yes.
I mean, we've known that for a while,
Yeah.
but that doesn't explain why. Why is all this dragon business involving us? Why are you involving yourself with humans? Why are you in charge of human civilizations? Like, what are you doing with your time?
They will not answer that.
So, something doesn't add up here. We don't know nothing about these dragons, why they are here, why they want us to help. Well, it seems to me that if you're not going to answer any questions, then good luck with the future.
I will tell Demetrius is I believe they need us to help them maintain their godhood.
I don't know what they want.
And when you're saying this, Pythor stomps his paw down, or I guess paw, massive ass thing, and he will say, "You do not understand that if we were to go away and this oath was to fail, that all the damn mortals in this plane would be wiped out by the Titans.
And why do you care?
Because we just do."
You just do. You just decided one day to come flying in, taking over, and caring about the mortals. Just for fun.
Just for fun. If it wasn't for us, the Amazons would not be here. The humans here would not be here. Your people would be here, but they would be savage, even more savage than they already are.
I understand that you've done a lot of good things. I'm not disputing that. You've done a lot of good things. You've brought civilization. That is all fine. But you're not telling me why you did all that. Why did you come here? Why did you make a city? Why did you help the people of this island? What are they to you?
They are our charge.
Given to you by whom?
Mitros.
Mitros. Why did Mitros care so much? Did something happen between her and a mortal, or?
She sacrificed herself, and Vulcan, now this is Vulcan, she sacrificed herself and her life for you, and we have decided to keep that going.
Okay.
Because she cared, we cared.
Okay, that explains all of you. That is a noble purpose, I'll say. But you came not from Thilia originally, right? Or were you born here?
They are not from here.
So one day, Balmitria decided to come here and to help the mortals and to sacrifice herself. Why would she do that? Why would you come here to these lands?
Because she fell in love with this place and with the people.
So you were just like exploring, living your dragon life, and she came here and she got attached.
They were with the Dragonlords.
And knows, and she saw that unless that these Titans were stopped, they would destroy Thylia.
All right. And do they still wish to destroy Philia completely?
Of course, have you not seen the wrath and destruction these carry out? The old gods, they need to be stopped, and the titans, they need to be stopped.
But do you know why they are doing that? Are they just random destructive elements, or why do they want to destroy Tilia? What's in it for them?
That would be a question for them.
You've never bothered to ask? You sit next to them in the great games. I've seen you giggling and laughing with Lutheria, but you never asked why she wants you dead?
Silence.
Well,
Is this all in
I think it's Corbin translating.
So, he might be answering, like, Demetrius might be answering in common, but they're answering in Draconic. And then, assuming Corbin is translating
Yeah,
this.
I've translated this whole part.
I guess you're just too proud as a dragon to have a proper conversation, huh? Anyone else have any questions?
We'll ask them how the
So-
Oracle fits into this. In Draconic. Because she is a daughter of the Titan.
She is.
I mean, I can see why she would help the dragons because of the civilization here.
What, so you're asking how she fits into everything?
Yes.
Well, why does she appear to be helping if she's part Titan?
Because she does not agree with her father.
Arcadia would ask, so it looks like if this doesn't work out, that Sidon and Letheria will be killed as well, since we found their items of their clothing.
We think that if that is to come, that the fates would, that we would all die in battle. Yes.
And you said that the Titans must be stopped and the old gods, but all I've seen is evidence of Sidon and Letheria wreaking havoc. What are the old gods doing that is destroying Thylia?
We think that if the Titans are to be set free to wreak havoc, that they would release the old gods and summon them back from wherever they are. Good morning.
And tell me more about the old gods. Why are they dangerous? What do you know about them?
They do not respond.
Do all dragons assume human form?
We can assume many forms.
Do you know other dragons? Do they live as you do?
We knew some.
What about Hexia? What's her story?
Pythor hisses.
It's important.
I will ask them in Draconic and say, if you became gods, does that mean others can become gods too?
Yes.
Do you hear the prayers of people?
Yes.
It's at least one bit of evidence for godhood.
They say we hear prayers from people, and they'll look around at no one in particular, and whom do not pray to us.
Wait, what? Did you just say that you hear people that don't pray to you?
No, like they're trying to say like they hear people who pray to them and they know who do not pray to them, and they look around at no one in particular.
So if someone doesn't pray to them, they immediately know that they're not like a servant of the five. That is pretty badass.
Correct.
Okay, so let's assume that you have with this at least proven that your godhood is real. Corbin, can you pray to Pythor and see if he can hear it?
And Pythor's like, really? He just kind of cocks his head and says, very smart-assily, I can hear you saying that, Demetrius.
Well, at first I thought you were just imposters.
I will silently think to Pythor in Draconic and say, Pythor, I have been loyal for a long time, but I have not seen much evidence of a reward. Perhaps you could give me a sign.
Jesus.
And he'll call this out, and he'll stay back. He will respond in Draconic that when the time is right, you will know.
Wait, what the hell? Did he just hear your thoughts?
I think he did.
I mean, he prayed to him.
Well, that proves it. They are gods after all. My apologies for the earlier comments.
And but Valis will say, now where do we go from here?
Yes, that's a good question.
We still don't know exactly
Personally-
what we need to do to restore the peace. Can you help
Uh,
us to know where we can go to find out?
I think that to stop them, you would need to go to Praxis itself and the underworld, or the netherworld, I think it's called in here.
Oh yeah.
We're not strong enough for that yet. Is you have an idea where we should go next on our journey there?
You might be able to seek out the fates, but other than that, that is the extent of the help we can technically give.
What about these weapons that we found, like this axe? And I'll have Demetrius show him Xander's axe.
Yeah, I'll show it. This axe gives me an odd feeling every now and then. Like it's trying to tell me something.
No, it's sentient, of course it will.
Wait, what? It's sentient? This axe is alive?
Of course. Everything's alive around here. Do you not know that?
I do not. I'll be honest with you, gods. I'm going to try and get an audience with Sidon and Lutheria. And I'm not saying that I'm not going to be your ally. I am, but I need to know the entire story, and you are only telling me a little bit. I need to know what they think about you. Why they want to destroy the world, and I can ask them if they want to revive the old gods.
And you think that that they would give an honest answer?
Maybe not. But if they lie to me, then I suppose at the very least, I know that they'll have shady intentions or are keeping their secrets, and maybe from the half stories of both of you, I can piece it together a little bit.
But how would you know if they're lying to you or not?
I won't, and I don't know that you're not lying to me either.
Well, we're not lying to you.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I believe that you're not lying, because if you don't want to say something, you just don't. But I know that the gods, especially Lutheria, the Titans, I mean, will definitely lie to me. But I might learn something.
Would it be dangerous if they know? I mean, surely they know of us, so they know we are a threat. What do they know about us beyond that?
They know that you are attempting to stop them. And they will obviously do everything they can to not let you stop them.
You said that you are all related, siblings and parents. Are there other dragon families like yours in this area that are calling themselves gods and such?
No.
Are there other dragons that you know that act human, or do you know specific groups of dragons that inhabit these lands?
Yes.
Do you know? Okay. All right.
Yes, they are given very nonchalant, very cryptic answers. I understand.
I'm looking for a red dragon that burned tribes of centaurs. Do you know any red dragons? Do you know who I'm talking about?
No. This is coming from Kara. And obviously you don't understand, but when you asked that, it was a very quick answer.
I will look towards Velas and I'll ask, do you know any red dragons?
She will avert her gaze.
And I will look at Pythor. What about you? Do you know any red dragons?
And he will very gruffly answer something, and Corbin, he basically says, of course I know a lot of red dragons. I've had them red, green, blue.
Is he like being sarcastic, or?
Yes, he is being sarcastic and probably trying to shift the focus off of that.
I will look at Vulcan and I'll ask him, do you know any red dragons?
He will not respond.
This is what I mean with you gods. I know that you all know who I'm talking about. You just don't want me to get distracted. Fine.
And again, Corbin, if you translate this, but Pythor says, no, or Vulcan says, no, we just don't want you to kill any more of our kind.
Well, that's going to happen anyway.
I won't translate that.
Okay.
Oh, okay, then I won't reply. Well, I'll say, Corbin, what did they say?
And I'll say, I think they think you preserving the peace is the most important thing right now.
I was given a promise by that oracle, and I'll cash in.
What did Versi tell you?
That she would lead me on the path to slay the dragon that killed my tribe.
Maybe the peace and that are connected.
That would be really convenient.
Arcadia asks, do they know what is the ancient wrong done by the Amazons? Or the, how was she, it was worded.
Give me a second.
It would be, what is the wrong the Amazons committed long ago?
And Valis will look and will respond We do.
And will you tell it to me?
And she will look over at Corbin and will just shake her head. And like will kind of put her head down.
More secrets, Arcadia. I will tell you right now, they know Hexia's story, and they probably know exactly where she is.
I think she's on the island of the dragon. I mean, Pythor told Arcadia a while ago.
I will ask them if V knows that they were dragons. Or actually, V's with me, so I'll ask V. Did you know they were dragons?
And since this is a baby dragon, it's like 3 days old or 4 days old now. We'll get we'll say no. But
Hold on, Corbin.
They smelt them.
Hold on, Corbin. If Vengeance here is going to be living its life as a human, then you need to rename him or her. Is she one of your kids' gods?
Dragons don't always live like humans.
Well, is she related to you? I'll ask the gods or Corbin.
I'll
Ask if they
I'll
are.
ask them that. Is she related to any of you?
And Valos will give a little chirp, and Vengeance will come flying. Like, will leave you and come flying over to her, and will kind of like land on her shoulder.
Oh. Well then.
And she'll say, "Yes."
Yeah, I think Vengeance is definitely going to take a human shape. You need to think about a name.
V works.
So
fine.
vengeance. So the implication is that Vengeance is Valus's offspring.
Yes.
Or at least related in some way.
Or at least related in some way, correct.
I mean...
Because Valis is a bronze, Vengeance is silver.
Oh, then Arcadia would say, then is Vengeance is one of Valmetria's great grandchildren, because we're supposed to be looking for her missing. That was when Nike or somebody flew onto the ship and had the scroll and told us to look for some of Valmetria's offspring, and they were silver dragons. And so she's asking if this is one of Valmetria's brood.
It is.
Then Valis would be the sister, right?
She would.
Is Vulcan the father?
That was a quick piece together.
So Vulcan's the father of Vengeance?
Yes.
That's a lot of trust you're placing in someone like Corbin.
Wow.
Jeez.
Savage. Well, I wouldn't give my...
Puffs up a little bit. Go back to worshipping your horse thing.
And when you say that, Vulcan will very quickly say, "Do not speak of him like that."
Oh, whom?
Well, you
The
can't.
horse god.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, he's speaking in Draconic. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He drives me crazy sometimes. You understand.
I understand. I understand.
Arcadia says,
I will nod to Vulcan and say, I thank you for vengeance. Not Vulcan, Pythor. Say, I thank you for vengeance. At least that is another reason to worship you.
And he will say, "Do not thank me, thank Kyra. She is the one who saw. It was her."
So I should worship Kyra?
No, you should thank Kyra for giving you the dragon.
I would thank her.
Arcadia will say, speaking of worshiping, are there other gods in these lands besides the Titans and the and you? Like, for instance, Demetrius's god. He says he has a stallion god, and I actually tried to intercede on his behalf when he was dead. Can you? Is there a stallion god?
And Vulcan will say, "Yes, there is." If I don't know if Corbin will translate that or not, but yes,
Yeah.
he will say, "Yes, there is."
I will let her know.
And
I believe there is.
okay.
And
Because of
Demetrius will
course
say,
Arcadia said that
obviously.
in common.
Demetrius will say, obviously, these powers come from somewhere.
Corbin will tell Demetrius, like, you were very quick to disbelieve these gods.
Yes, but I've been given power from the horse god, the divine stallion, and he will lift his hand and a little bit of glow will come to his fingers. You can't exactly disagree with this.
Then Arcadia would say, is there a connection between the stallion god and Otrera, our founder?
They do not respond.
Then Arcadia says, well, here's a question you can probably answer. I actually found the Orb of Star Metal we needed to forge my weapon. Can I just give this to you here, Vulcan?
Absolutely. Oh, he will say yes. He looks very happy. And he says, "You're carrying it now."
And she says, yes.
Remember when we went to that island and killed that copper dragon? Couldn't you have just come along and talk to it? Be like, hey, we're bigger dragons. Stop attacking these people. Like, why did we have to kill them?
You did not have to kill them. You chose to kill them.
I mean, it was trying to kill us.
It was not trying to kill you. It was trying to protect its lair.
But you're a bigger, stronger dragon, right? Why don't you just tell it what to do? Just tell it, from now on, you serve me.
Because we don't reveal ourselves to people or creatures unless we need to.
Oh. I see. So you don't think it was important to tell us that, hey, don't kill this dragon. We're actually dragons, and he might be a nice guy.
Well, this is not our place to interfere in the choices of others.
You've done nothing but interfere.
We were watching and waiting to see how you would interact with the dragon. And you have. I don't know if Corbin's going to translate this one or not, but you have chosen poorly.
If I had known all of the information, I would have handled it differently.
Would you?
I thought dragons were just brainless lizards.
Would you though? Because you have had a, for lack of a better term, a hard-on for killing dragons ever since I've met you.
Because a dragon killed my entire tribe. I thought dragons were mindless lizards, incapable of thought. This is the first time I've talked to a dragon, or even know that a dragon could, speak like you do.
And why did this dragon kill your tribe that you so say?
I don't know, probably some slight, like not being allowed on the land, or maybe they did something. I don't know. I don't think it. Maybe they stole something from the dragon horde, but I don't know if you should burn an entire tribe to death because someone stole from you.
Would you not protect your property? Would you say for instance, someone you don't know comes onto your land and starts stealing your things? Would you not protect that?
I would certainly kill them.
So what if that was what happened? What if your tribe went onto and settled onto this dragon's land, and they were stealing from this dragon, and all of a sudden this dragon, as you say, was protecting its property, and you said you would kill those people? What if that's what happened?
It's possible. However, if I would kill the person that was stealing from me, I wouldn't go to their village and then wipe out their entire family, which is what the dragon was doing.
But that is on you. But that it might not be the law of this dragon. Maybe that is.
That's
their
why
way.
we killed it.
Maybe
that's why we killed it.
Maybe that is their way.
Undoubtedly, you're right, but that's not the right way. It's not the right way to do things.
What is the right way? Says who? It says you. Maybe that's your way. But say for this dragon and their offspring or their kind or their family, that is their way.
Yes, but doesn't matter what they believe in. That doesn't justify their actions. And if you agree with that dragon sentiment, then I worry greatly.
It's not necessarily saying that I agree or disagree. I'm just saying I'm trying to point out other aspects that just because you believe something to be true doesn't necessarily make it true.
We will encounter many dragons in the future. What can you tell us? How do we deal with this?
That is on you. Some you might be able to speak with, others you might avoid.
I see. Well, I'm out of questions.
I will ask Pythor, just in Draconic, if you can change your form, why do you appear fat?
It's a fucking good one. You're about to get eaten.
And he will respond, cheese potatoes.
I didn't know that they could affect gods that way.
You eat enough of them carbs.
Hmm.
And
Now I know. I know the weakness of the gods.
You could even see like he's the of even though he's in dragon form, he's a little bit wider than the others.
He's a fat dragon.
I'm picturing if you see the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so should we bother with the games, or should we continue looking for our answers?
I mean, come on, we are fairly close to 25,000 gold. I don't want to be greedy, but I mean, the games, that's where everyone's gonna be, right? The gods, everyone. It would be a good chance for us to increase our standing, especially you, Corbin and Arcadia, who seem to care more about winning than the true purpose, which is to gain glory and fame.
Winning is glory and fame, my friend.
Oh? Is that why the crowds jeer at you wherever you go? I think I saw someone throw a tomato at you yesterday.
We will see.
and they will say that is on you. Just remember that every day that you are not out trying to stop the oath gets closer and closer to ending.
We are going to need a lot of gold to stop our oath.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Arcadia was
Arcadia.
about to say that. Arcadia was going to say, well, if I didn't need $25,000 gold pieces for my weapon, which supposedly would help you, Pythor, then I wouldn't bother. And this glory doesn't matter to me anyway. I'm doing this to get the money.
Ah, spoken like a true greedy daughter of mine.
Do you have any other half daughters? I mean, you do, but do they turn into dragons? Do they grow scales? What happens to them?
Well, my main daughter, or the daughter I see the most, she has not given any signs. And
You're talking about Honora?
Yes. And before I forget, because I'm going to forget, you must go to her wedding.
Yes. And why do you find humans attractive?
I mean, everyone has their vice, yes?
I mean, you are dooming human woman to Hexia's wrath. I'm not sure that's the right thing to do.
Everyone has their vice, yes?
Yes, but Arcadia's mother isn't just a vice. She's a person. Oof.
Did the dragon chuckle when he said that?
He did. When he said vice, not a human, like a woman or whatever, but yeah, like not like angrily or like sarcastically either.
You think too simple of mortal affairs. A dragon burned my life, my life away. Arcadia's mother was stolen by a dragon, and I can't feel that you're not helping us with these issues. That you think that they are just nonsense issues because a few mortals lost some family members. That you don't really care.
Who said we don't care?
I mean, Pythor caused this situation to happen. It's his fault.
But who says we don't care?
It just seems that way to me. That's the impression I get. Maybe mistakenly.
Yes, you mistakenly think this.
So you do care about Arcadia's mother.
We do care.
Then fly out there and kill Hexia.
No.
Then you value the life of Hexia more than the woman that you have doomed to this fate.
I don't want one more. I don't value one life over the next. But I cannot go and kill Hexia. As a matter of fact, hang on. One second. Sorry. Oh, I just had it. Now I gotta find it again. Sorry. Oh shit! I have too many damn keybinds or hotkeys.
Too many lore.
No, I have it said, but I just gotta find it. There it is. He will say, "I don't value one life over the next," and I also cannot say that and Corbin, if you say this or not, but I cannot say that you want to seek out the constellation of the dragon either. Don't go there. I'm not saying go there. I'm not saying don't go there.
If you valued human life at all, you would have kept it in your pants.
Says the centaur who had relations with my daughter.
Well, first of all, at the time I didn't know she was your daughter. And
Doesn't
second of
matter.
all, if I had relations with her, that doesn't mean she's going to get kidnapped by an angry dragon whose heart I broke. Or whatever happened.
How do you know?
That's what I assume.
Well, you
I
know
mean,
what they
it's
say
pretty
about assuming things, right?
It's pretty logical if you think about it. It all makes sense now that you're a dragon. I thought, why would Hexia kidnap Arcadia's mother? Doesn't add up, but now it does.
So, what do you...
One last question before we go. I will ask them: did their godhood have anything to do with the downfall of the Dragonlords? Because obviously they're alive and their riders are not.
There's a long pause, and then a very slow no.
Sus. Very sus.
Like Demetrius. And, yeah, so it's a very slow no.
Okay. We
And
should go and talk about this amongst ourselves.
Pythor... No, I'm sorry, Vulcan will say to you, Corbin, that you want to watch your centaur friend. That there is something growing inside of him.
I will ask him, how can I help him?
We do not know yet. Just there is something growing in him. We sense it. We do not know if it is going to be evil or good. But the actions that he has done the last couple of days are very worrying.
Alright.
Like he's gonna have an evil baby or something.
It's gonna be like
Is he pregnant?
alien.
Oh shit, I forgot Nico understands all this too the whole time.
Yeah, that's right, I do speak Italian. So that's the first thing he said. He's like, oh God, is Demetrius pregnant?
Oh god. That's where we find the second dragon.
To get him a present.
Does this have something to do with with that giantess woman that he was with?
No, it's the fact that he was killed and is now back, and seemingly nothing wrong with him.
I knew that pet cemetery wasn't a good idea.
Now they'll ask you. They will ask you if you are willing to keep this amongst yourselves. This information that they have given you.
Corbin says he's willing.
I will say...
Are they asking that in Draconic or common?
They will ask this in common.
I will say, don't pretend that you're giving us a choice.
Everyone has.
Arcadia would.
this.
If
Arcadia
we
would
choose
say
to
what's-
reveal you, we won't leave this room.
No, we are asking this if you would be willing to swear this, that you will not reveal our...
I don't know if we need to swear.
And Arcadia, are they saying this in common?
Yes.
Arcadia would say no.
Fair enough.
I will ask them. I assume the Titans know this already, though.
They do not respond.
So you're just going to let us walk away.
Would revealing this to the Titans be harmful?
They do not respond.
I'll tell them. So you're just going to let us walk away with this information to do with what we please.
Everyone has a choice.
And you know that we can cast a spell to announce this to the entire city.
We do.
All right.
And Valis, this is Valis speaking now in common. But who do you think they would believe? A savage centaur, or or the gods?
So then Arcadia would ask, well, why do you even care about us swearing an oath anyway, then?
We were just we would rather the information not get out.
I think that you're just going to have to trust us, just like we are having to have trusted you all this time.
And Valis will give you a shrewd look and switch back to Draconic, and will say, if you are willing to swear an oath, we will we'll answer one of your questions in full.
She said that to Corbin?
She says it in Draconic, yes.
I will say, I will swear an oath for myself, but obviously I cannot speak for my companions.
And then she will say, if you do so, the question we answer for you stays with you.
Agreed.
Do you want to ask do you want to pass this on to your companions?
No.
What the fuck, dude? Maybe we want to swear too.
And she will nod and look at all the other dragons, and they will nod as well.
Okay. And I will ask my question about what happened to Dragonlords.
First, she will ask the others to leave, as there are more than as that you are not the only one who understands what they are saying. So, so they will swap. They will swap back into humans, and thank Nico, Ametreus, and Arcadia for being here. But they must speak with Corbin by themselves now.
I will ask them. What about? What are you going to talk to him about?
Corbin will say, I'm going to get some information for myself.
Oh. Why are they giving you information?
Because I am not being a horse's behind.
Oh, what secrets are you keeping from us, Corbin?
I have no secrets.
Feels like you've been saying a lot more than you've been translating.
Oh, Draconic's a strange language. Ask Nico.
I will give him a suspicious glance, and I will leave the room as requested.
Arcadia says, before I leave, she asks Corbin to get the orb of star metal out of his bag of holding.
Oh, I'll get that out and hand it over to Vulcan.
Well, she'll take it and hand it over to Vulcan.
And he will say, "Thank you very much."
He said, "Wow."
Ralph is being very, very needy today.
And she just nods and
What?
I'll be back when I get the gold. And she leaves.
Very well, young one.
What do you need a sword for anyway, Arcadia? You use a bow. I say as we leave the room.
She says it's not what necessarily what it does, but what it'll grant.
Oh, okay. Good luck winning the 25,000.
And as you guys step outside, well, the three of you step outside. We'll swap to actually Corbin. We'll do our thing like when we go to break. Just message me,
Alright.
just because I'm going to keep it off stream.
Okay.
Good. All right. So when the three of you step outside to let Corbin speak with the gods, it seems like time has passed a little bit more than you thought it would, and it's like midday now, and you hear loud cheering coming from the stadium.
Does that mean we missed the games?
You might. Well, you don't know, but because you're inside still. But the other three might have missed, or well, you guys might have missed your slots for one of the games. But let's take our 10.
Okay.
And Corbin just messaged me what you wanted to ask, and
Yeah.
we'll be back here shortly.
Just drop down one.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Give me a second. Put this on break. We'll do this. We'll do that. Stream will be back in about 10 minutes. If you go away, please come back. We'll do this. And do. Where's it? That would be 10. 3. Bam. And. Sorry, I'm eating crackers really quick. Ritz crackered with peanut butter, so damn good. Wake up. Okay. Yeah, we're back. So now what? Holy motherfucker!
I see the zombie.
Thank you, Arcadia.
So, well, Corbin will obviously leave after that, and are the guys still out there, or is the time warp?
No, they're still out there. So, how do you look when you walk out?
Corbin looks a bit shaken when he walks out, and all he will say is, "I think we should be very cautious with the information we know."
I suppose you can't tell us why.
Well, I think you know enough to know that much already without any other information. But let's just say I trust what they said to you a little more.
I don't like secrets, Corbin.
You know how the O's work.
All right, well, I think we missed one of the games.
We should go check the board and see what's going on.
Yes.
Let's rush over and see if we can still get in.
So running down there, you see that the I would say it probably takes. Let's see, where are we on this map? Not this map. Where the fuck is Metros? Okay, so we were here, the games are there. So yeah, it'd take about 15-20 minutes. As this is going on, you hear roars and oohs and ahs and oh, all that good stuff. So coming in, you see that there are... Matt Kelt says, Demetrius does not like secrets. That's rich. You see... There are in the middle of a chariot race, but and somehow that the like I guess if we go into the arena itself, that the up in the box, like the whatchamacallit box, I don't know the English word for it. That the Kyra and the other gods are up in the box watching, and as is Lutheria.
What the fuck? It's fake.
What's
They've
fake?
put illusions in there, or
I don't know.
yeah, because we just came from a temple rush there, and they're already there, and the game was all gotta be fake.
Yep, yeah, because the game was already going and they wouldn't have started without Kyra being there,
Yeah.
I'm guessing, or any of them.
How many days have they not even been there? These gods are a real headache. Did we check the time slot? Did we miss our slot?
You did.
Okay, so the next game, is it on the same day or the day after?
It's on the same day.
Well,
So we should have 3 games today, right? So there's 2 more games today?
Yes.
So we
Okay,
missed
well-
the kart race.
Yes.
No.
I'm going to tell people, I'm going to the Temple of Sidon to pray.
And well, one of the competitors, though, is your good buddy. What's the name? Gaius.
Guys.
God.
And
He probably didn't make it either.
he would no. Gaius is in there.
I thought he was puking.
Oh shit! You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah. So Gaius.
Oh,
is
that
on
happens
there.
in the dream. That happens in the dream, right?
Oh yeah. Because you never went to. You
Which is
never,
in the real world.
yeah, because you never went to look, and I don't think you switched it in the real world.
No, I did.
No, you swapped it the night before,
Yeah.
but you didn't look
Oh.
this morning to see because you guys just took off running.
But yeah, but I did
No,
swap it.
Oh yeah, he did swap
You
it.
No,
swapped
but
it
this-
the night before.
But
Wait,
this morning when we woke up, we ran into Gaius and he was throwing up. I'm just double checking that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we definitely saw him throwing up. Whether that was real or not, who knows? But
Yes, yes, no. This happened in real time in the morning, right before. Yeah, we ran into Gaius and he was throwing up.
Participating sick.
That's true. He could be sick and throwing up.
I just don't want him to win.
Gaius is not there for this one.
Oh, no. Wait a
Hang
second.
on.
Wait. No, he was throwing up in our dream, but we
Yeah.
don't know. So we didn't check on him to see. Yeah, in the vision, he was throwing up. Because that was the morning when we left for Volkan's Forge. So we did not check on him to see if that was still happened.
So, oh yeah. So he's not there, or is he?
He is not.
Okay. I want to gather the party somewhere private.
Okay.
And I want to say, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not very happy with the way everything went with the gods. I mean,
Are we ever happy with the way things go with them?
I'll acknowledge that they are gods, but I'm still not sure if we can fully trust them. They're keeping secrets from us to our faces.
I've never trusted them. And why should I
Oh.
start now?
I will tell Demetrius is like they may be keeping secrets, but some of them are certainly related to O's.
Certainly, but others are just related to their personal defects. Let's say that.
Wow.
I will say clearly they need us to preserve the peace, but I think that is in everyone's best interest. Just maybe not the way they want us to do it.
Before a peace can be formed, one must look at it from both sides. I don't think Sidon is a mindless evil fool. He has his own reasons, and I need to hear them.
And they'll say, "Oh yes, I'm sure he has his reasons."
If you want to resolve this conflict between the Titans and the five gods, then we must understand what the Titans want and why they are angry before we can come to a solution. Because if we only listen to the dragons, we're only getting one side of the story. And I don't think that's going to lead to anything.
Yes, but telling them too soon might be a problem as well.
I'm not going to tell them anything.
I'll say this: I do firmly believe that the Titans would kill us all if the peace is not.
Well, we'll
if
see
some-
about
if something is not done. I
Well,
firmly
if that's
believe that.
true, then we're going to. I'm going to try and speak to the Titans. So I'm going to Sidon's temple. I don't know if you want to join me and pray there.
I will
Because-
not pray there, but I would go. If the
I'm
rest
going
of us
to
are
assume that Sidon can hear prayers as well. I don't know if it's true, but I'm going to test it. because
And he's a god as well, so I would assume that would certainly be true.
so follow me if you wish, or go about your business, I guess.
Are we gonna miss the rest of the games doing that?
No, I don't think so. These games are still ongoing. We can just catch the next one in like 2 hours. Shouldn't take that long, right?
To give you an idea here for time wise, this is the second heat, like so the second one of the day. You guys were slated for the first, and for the next one, which is Vulcan's Anvil, you were slotted in the third slot. So you got probably about 7 hours till your next game.
All right, so we got time.
You got plenty of time, yeah.
All right, then I would go with Demetrius.
Okay.
I'm
Anyone else
gonna,
come
in the shops along the way. I'm gonna look and see if I can't pick up a game.
Okay. What kind
A
of
game, a 20 square set.
Ooh, okay. Let me see. I think they have it set up.
Arcadia, Nico, are you coming?
Yeah.
All right. So yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, they have. What's that?
Arcadia wants to know who's competing when, because she might decide to watch that instead.
Okay, so for the third heat is where is the bloody thing? I have it somewhere. Is for the last set is Michaela's group for one, Sai and the monks for the second, the Trant Goatling main hit for the third, and then the Revenant Ogre Zombie Minotaur Skeleton after that.
But this is the kart racing.
This is for the kart racing, correct?
You go with the party then.
Okay.
And as they walk, and I spot Arcadia thinking about watching the games and deciding to come with and say, "Oh, thank you for coming with us on this unimportant business of saving the world. I hope you can miss your girlfriend's game for this."
Rude.
Just being
She
mad,
does.
sassy.
Yeah, I know. She just looks at him.
Okay, so can we go to the Temple of Sidon and enter it?
Yeah. So first, what's his name? What the hell's his name? Corbin was looking for a game with 20 squares.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
You do find a vendor who has them. They want 500 gold for it. Is that?
500 gold. Is it made out of platinum?
Well, who did you just piss off earlier?
Well, yeah,
today?
Arcadia was going to say it's made out of Demetrius, is what she's going to say.
But double prices is. I mean, I'm looking for a cheap set, not a good one.
That's the only sets they have.
Just beat him up, Corbin.
I don't have 500 gold, so I can't buy it. I'll offer him 5 gold, and that's like a highway robbery because this game should probably cost more than a silver piece.
And they're when you say that, they laugh and they say you should leave. Get out of my shop. This is a game for
What
the
is it?
gods. It's a game with 20 squares.
Arcadia asked. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the regional games. Like you guys would like. It's kind of like being chess in a way.
So just a quick question: would I know what this game should normally cost?
Yes.
What should it normally cost?
For a set like this, about 150 gold.
Okay, so I would offer him the 150.
You're paying 150 gold for a fucking game?
And they tell you no.
Why would you ever pay that much for this?
I will look at them very solemnly and say, I know you have orders, but I will swear an oath of vengeance on you if you continue to behave this way towards me.
That's between you and the boss. It has been communicated to us and known that we are to outrageously charge you, and if we do not, he will know. And I don't want to lose my life or business for you. Sorry.
Can you loan this to me? I will bring it back.
No.
Very well. How crowded is the shop?
It's in the middle. It's like on Main Street, if you will. So there's probably 2 or 3 people in here.
Are there other shops selling this game?
You might be able to find another one.
I'll try to disguise myself and go to another shop.
Okay.
Corbin, please, why do you care so much about this stupid game? We have important affairs and you want to play games.
I've been wanting to learn this game for a while.
No, something else is going on. Did they tell you to get this?
I say nothing.
I knew it. There's something about this game, isn't there?
I say nothing.
Okay, let me obtain this for you. I'm already in shit with the boss anyway, so I'll just beat the shopkeeper up and leave 150 gold.
I've left the shop. I'm disguised and trying another shop.
Okay, never mind then.
So wait, hang on. Is Demetrius trying to fight?
He was, but Corbin already left, so Demetrius is not gonna.
Okay.
I assumed Demetrius would have been waiting outside while I did this anyway.
Okay.
I don't know. Alright, so you're gonna try to go to another shop then?
Yep.
Alright. So
But in disguise this time.
Yes. And you see a set for 200. Welcome to Mutros.
So expensive.
Welcome
That's
to
normal
Mutros.
price.
I will buy it for the 200 if it's available.
It is.
Alright.
Alright, so go ahead and subtract that gold.
Yep.
And I will put that in your inventory.
Alright. Then I will come out and rejoin Demetrius. Take my
I'll say, hold on. You made me think about this stupid game. Does this game have something to do, and I will lower my voice with the oath?
That would do what with your oath?
Does this game have anything to do with the oath of peace? I think I'm getting an idea of what happened. All right, let's go to Sidon's temple.
Alright. We go. I follow Demetrius, saying nothing.
Okay. And it's in your inventory in the description.
Yes, I saw it.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's a common game, so everyone would already know how it works. But there's kind of the description. All right. So going to Sidon's temple. So Demetrius, Corbin, Nico, you still get some people asking for autographs and saying, they're hoping you win this and that. Demetrius, the brave, because they saw the maze. They also see what the hell's her name? Arcadia. Sorry, not what the hell's her name. They see Arcadia and they kind of give you a berth and they whisper behind your back.
Arcadia, goat killer.
This makes her happy because she doesn't like being in the city and she doesn't like people being so close to her.
Arcadia, the barbarian who stabs people in the back.
Yeah. I'm not going to disguise myself or anything. I'm just going to stride in there confidently.
Alright, so when you walk into the temple, there are some people in there worshiping. And they see you and they freak out, and you see one of the priests comes running up and says, "We want no trouble with you.
Remember what we did to Lotharia's temple?
We want no trouble with you. Please stop. Please just sleep. We have..."
I pat him on the shoulder and say, "I'm joking. I'm just here to pray."
But wait, huh?
Lead me in a prayer, priest.
And he looks around and looks behind you and says, "To my own candid camera."
My reasons are my own. I must say a prayer to Sidon.
I will ask him if he will bless my game for me. With Sidon's luck.
And is Nico and Did Nico
Wow.
and Arcadia go in or no?
Say that again.
Did Nico and Arcadia also go in or no?
I will tell Corbin I don't think you want Sidon's blessing. Trust me, I don't think it's going to give you any benefits.
Nico has no business going in there. He does. He does. He'll wait outside for Demetrius.
Okay.
So,
Does Arcadia go in?
She is torn. She looks at Nico and she says, "Should we really leave the two of them alone?"
It's probably not a good idea.
I don't think they'll get into trouble. He's only going to say a prayer, then leave. At least I hope so.
Demetrius will ask them. Demetrius will ask them to come in as well, because I think Sidon will be more likely to grant us an audience if we all four say a prayer to him at the same time.
Absolutely not. Arcadia is not going to pray to him. She will
Why not?
go inside if necessary, because
Yeah, Corbin
just-
already said that too. I'm not going to replace him. I'll
It's
ask him to
just
bless my
sending
game.
him a message. We're not adopting him as our deity.
no,
Look,
you
this,
can do the talking.
this kind of
You
ignorance
can
is
do
why the
talking.
gods. Fine, I'll do the praying
You do
alone.
the talking. You usually do the talking, so go ahead and keep it up.
Angry barbarian.
Fine, I'll go up to the altar or the statue of Sidon or whatever they have in there. I'll kneel down, I'll fold my hands together, and I'll pray in my head, "Oh, mighty Lord of Sidon, hear my prayer. You know me, you have cast your lightning upon me. My name is Demetrius, and recently I've received some very concerning revelations from the five gods, and now I am unsure of the state of things. I seek your wisdom. Please grant me an audience with you." That's what I say in the prayer, and then I get up and I leave.
Okay. And the whole time, the priest is watching, and then some of the parishioners or people in there, they're also like, because they obviously.
I
know who
didn't say
you
that
are.
out loud, by the way. I said it in my mind, like Corbin did.
Right, but you're saying a prayer, like you're in there
Yes.
praying, you know, it's super sus, you know, like
Yeah,
because
I
they know who you are, obviously.
Yeah, they know that that Sidon probably lightning me because that happened in public.
Yes, so they're very sus, but I mean, it's a church; they're not going to turn you away if that's all
Okay.
you're here to do.
And then I want to go to the Temple of Lutheria.
I'm gonna leave the game as an offering to Sidon along with the. I will hand that to Demetrius and say, leave this along with your prayer.
The game that you just bought for this much gold.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I will then offer the game with the prayer.
Okay.
And then I will go to Lutheria's temple.
While they're inside, Arcadia would say to Nico, "I saw him pay a priest of Sidon, and I think that's how he got that swimming spell. This all happened after he died, and I saw his arm transform into an undead arm. I don't trust him."
Well, he said something's the god said something's growing in him. We'll have to wait to see if it manifests itself as evil or benign. Well,
And then she says to
nothing
him, "Well, now you
else
know."
to do. We just have to keep an eye on him.
And then she says to him, "And now you know why I won't give him that ring back right now."
Well, suit yourself.
All right. And now you're saying you're good. Didn't you guys Arcadia can correct me if I'm wrong. Did you guys destroy the temple though?
Kinda. But that was like a month or so ago, so.
Yeah, we didn't. Well, we didn't tear it down. We killed the people in it.
Water under the
I mean-
bridge, really.
Was this like last week?
No, it was like several months ago. It was during, wasn't it during the whole Acastus drama before we set out on the Ultros?
Oh, no, I'll tell you exactly when it was, but I need a little time to search.
All right. Yeah, I was like, because you've only been together like what, 45 days, I think.
Yeah, I guess we haven't known each other
Yeah.
very long, have we?
No.
We haven't.
Well,
Okay,
oh.
I found it. Hold on a second. So this is, I'm just double checking. This was with Arnold, Wright, and Trellis and all those people.
The kids.
Right.
Arnold.
Arnold. Oh, right, and that's when we met Zymar.
Yes.
Oh, actually, okay, that was day 23. So it was about a month ago, I think.
Okay.
It's day 54, so yeah. So it was a month ago, but I don't recall us actually. I mean, there were fireballs and shit that went off in there, but we didn't destroy the actual temple.
Okay.
We just killed all the priests inside.
That's fair. All right, so you're going into Lutheria's temple now.
Well, I'm going to
Oh,
check out the situation
no.
first. I'm going to see if there's like guards or something at the entrance.
No, it's back open. No guards.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll carefully enter the temple.
And anyone else going with you?
No.
I'm sorry. Is my business of trying to figure out this whole world-saving thing not important enough for you?
So wait, which temple is this one you're at now?
Lutheria.
Lutheria's.
No, I'm not going in there. She scares me.
Yes, she scares me too. But I'm still going in because I'm trying to save the world. Please, you guys, focus on the mission. Fine, I'll go in alone as usual.
Sus.
I will go in. What do I see in there?
You see about 6 or 7 people in there inside obviously the upper, and when you walk in, you know your hooves clip clop, and people turn around and they react scared, and one of the priests comes running up. You have no place here. Please leave. We have no quarrel with you. Please just leave.
I understand. I'm not here to make quarrel with you. I need to say a quick prayer to Lutheria.
I don't. No offense, but I don't believe you.
Okay, can you stop me?
And now all these people are kind of like backing away from you. You see one of the mom pick up one of the kids as the kid's crying. Why is he so mean?
And then I walk towards the statue or wherever they were praying.
Okay.
I assume the priest is going to get the guards or whatever. And I will kneel down. I will fold my hands. And I will close my eyes and think to myself, Lady Lutheria, Titan of Shadows, I pray to you now. In the past, you have tried to contact us, to send us a message in our dreams. And we have been ignorant towards the true nature of things in this realm. And we have dismissed your wisdom as nothing but torture. But I wish to meet you in person, because recently I have been given a troubling revelation about the 5 gods, and I need to know. I need to know more. I want to know what the Titans think, what their position is in all this. That's where I enter the prayer.
Okay.
And then I leave.
While he was doing
Any-
that, I
any-
will have pulled.
Real quick, any offering to her or no?
Let's see what I have in my inventory.
We can consider that board game that Corbin gave you as an offering to side on.
Yes. I don't have anything special, so I'll just I don't know. I'll offer 100 gold.
Okay.
So I'll leave a pile of 100 gold and leave.
And as you're getting ready to leave, the three of you outside, you saw the commotion of people leaving the temple really fast, and a priest running up the hill.
I will pull Arcadia to the side with Nico and say, Nico can confirm this, but the gods did warn us that something's growing inside him. It could be good or bad. I think we need to keep an eye on him. Since he died. You heard that too, right, Nico? Because I was in Draconic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I understood it.
Sus.
So I will walk out of the temple and approach the party, and I'll say, hopefully the Titans have received my message. I hope that in the future I will be given an audience with them and ask them the same questions that we did the gods. Because it's a little simple to think that we can just kill the Titans and solve the problem. They are connected to this land, and they have their own place here. So we need to figure out what the real truth is, because the gods certainly aren't telling us. And yeah, I guess that's my business done.
Okay. Anyone else have stuff they want to do? Yep, plenty of time.
Corbin can't really do anything. None of the shopkeepers will sell him anything. I have no more money.
Jesus.
Because Demetrius spoiled the town for us. Most expensive ring of swimming ever.
Yeah, we didn't even get it.
We didn't even get.
All right.
And I will talk to Nicodemus, and I'll say, it's very odd that you in particular didn't join me in there, Nico.
I don't pray to her. Why should I go in?
Well,
I thought
don't you
Nicodemus prayed to Sidon?
remember the
He was
story
a-
that
he
I
was-
told you?
He was, but earlier he was a cleric of Thylea, I believe.
Yeah.
Remember the story I told you with your affairs with Lutheria? Is that not something you wish to look into?
Maybe that's between him and her.
You're saying if she agrees to a meeting, I mean, that will be your chance to ask her questions about your family.
Okay. We'll see when the time comes.
All
If
right.
I'm allowed to be speaking with her.
Well, if she contacts me for a meeting, not a high chance, but if she does it, I will make sure to bring you along.
Righty. That'll be... I'll have to think of some questions for her if I'm allowed.
Yes.
Sus.
Very sus. And Corbin, I don't know if it's within your abilities, but maybe you can talk to your ex-wife.
If we could find her. She's missing at the moment. I'm quite worried about her.
Wait, is she still missing? I thought she was just being the judge of the games.
Did we see her at the games in the box?
You did.
No. If I
But yeah,
watch, I haven't,
but-
I haven't
but-
been able to talk to her, and she might not have been real. We don't know if they're even real.
I would say, but you also saw the gods there too, so who knows?
Well, maybe when the games is over, you can. Maybe Versi, since she is she's aligned with the 5, but she also has, Titan blood in her. Maybe she's, the one that really does know the truth.
Maybe.
All right. Well, I guess it's unless anyone has anything to do, I guess it's time to wait for the games.
Okay. Alright, so heading back, I'm guessing I'm gonna head back to. Are you gonna head back? Are you gonna head back to your village and wait, or just because now you have, I don't know, 4 hours?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Okay. So when you get back to the village, you see there's some. It's not obviously the games are going, so there's not a bunch of people in there, but you did see what the hell is his name, Gaius, sitting in his chair, looking very pale, with like a umbrella over him as he's sitting outside, even though it's extremely warm.
I will walk up to Gaius. I will say, I can cure you. I can make you feel better.
And he will say, how?
I have magic. But if I do, I want you to answer a few of my questions.
Second. And he looks and, how do I know that you're not the one who did this to me?
Haven't I made it clear by now that I don't want you dead or sick?
But your friend,
Yes. What about him? That's between you and him. It has nothing to do with me.
he stole my boots.
That's your business, not mine. I want to make a deal with you, not with Corbin.
What kind of questions?
I want to know why you serve Sidon, and if you've ever talked to him.
I have talking to him.
And I will put my hand on his shoulder, and I will expend 5 points of my lay on hands to cure any disease or poison he has.
Nice. And he suddenly like starts getting like color goes back to his skin.
So, why Sidon? You know he wants to destroy this civilization, right?
You does he though? Who said that?
The gods.
Of course the gods said that.
You disagree?
I disagree.
I knew it. I knew something was up.
He wants to restore peace and he just wants to restore how things were.
And why do you want that?
Because things supposedly have to be better than they are now.
Like what? I just want to know why do you think things are bad?
Because it's, if you don't, you know, I'm more on the side. I was more on the side of the phase as this who I was raised by, and we see how the mortals, including my people, including humans, treated your kind, and I just don't agree with that. And I think that if the Titans are brought back to their power and glory, that they would it would restore how how the world used to be before these random gods just showed up one day.
I will look at the party to see what they think about the Gaius' words.
Corbin's wandered off for a minute.
Yeah, so Corbin's not there, Arcadia's not there, Nico might be there.
Hey, Nico, are you there?
Nico's there.
And say, Nico, what do you think about this? He's got a point, right? Yeah, I have to see it.
I mean, makes sense.
So do you now know why I went to Sidon's temple to pray?
Of course I do. I understand that completely. It's just I don't trust either one of him or Lutharia.
No, but I don't trust the five gods either, because this story that he is telling me is very different from what the gods are telling us. So Sidon lied to him, or the gods aren't telling us everything. Something like that.
They're gonna keep their secrets no matter what.
Oh, we'll find them out. I'll say thank you, guys. Good luck in the games.
Thank you. I think we're excited to compete against each other later.
Good chance.
So may the best person win.
Very well.
And he does not jeer at you.
And I leave him alone as well.
Okay.
So I guess I go back to my tent. Nico, do you have anything with me, or?
No, no.
Then I'm going back to my tent to wait for the next game.
All right. Do you go and like you taking a nap, or you just like laying down, or what? Like you gotta clean your sweat off or something? I don't know.
Yeah, stuff like that. Do a prayer to the Divine Stallion. Ask him, ask the Stallion for guidance, because Amateur says that he's lost and he doesn't know the exact path he has to follow anymore.
So, when you say that prayer, normally, when you pray to him, you felt stirrings here and there.
Yeah.
This time, praying to him, you feel nothing.
Odd.
Sus.
Sus. All right. Keep that in mind.
Okay. So Nico, before, was there anything that he wanted to do before you would go to the games, or no? Where's he muted? Oh, he's not.
Not really. No, he's just gonna prepare himself for the game. Say another prayer for his family.
Okay.
Get ready.
All right, sounds good. And Corbin, as he went to sneak off to do his thing, is there anything else other than the thing you were doing?
Nope, I would just go back to the tent and rest and prepare for the games after that.
Okay. And same with Arcadia. Anything else other than what she went to sneak up and do also?
Nope, she's gonna go back to her tent.
Okay, wordplay sneaking. Alright, so yeah, that's that. And then you just hang out for a little bit. Let's do this just in case. So let's do this. Demetrius, give me a con save. DCO 15.
Ooh.
Okay. So as you're sitting there saying your prayers, it's like super hot in your tent. You're like, man, this feels good for a nap. So you kind of sit down to relax, and then you find yourself sleeping. And when you come to, you hear loud waves crashing.
I look around myself.
You appear to be in a like a little room.
Have I been here before when I was teleported?
You have not that you are
Oh.
aware of.
Okay.
So it's a smaller room. There's no door. You see a small window though, and that's it. With bars on the window.
I will look outside of the window.
Looking outside the window, you see thunder, lightning. It's raining. It's dark. And looking down, you're about 60 feet up, and it's straight down into the depths of water.
I'm in a tower of some sort, some tower prison.
Yes.
Okay. I will sit down and I'll say, Sidon, is this your doing? 'Cause I saw the waves and the thunder, and that's like Sidon's element.
And he says, "How dare you? How dare you?"
Who says
that?
that? Sidon?
Yeah,
Like his voice? Is he in here in person?
you hear the voice.
I will look around. I'll say, have I... mighty Lord of Thunder.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I'll say, have I offended you, mighty Lord of Thunder?
And he says, "You pray to me. You leave that as an offering to me. Who the
My,
hell do you think you are?"
does that have some significance? My friend told me to leave it as an offering.
Blaming Corbin.
Yeah, well, I'm blaming him. It's true. He didn't tell anything about the game to Amutuus and told him to use it as an offering. I did not mean any disrespect with that offering. It is just that the five gods have revealed their nature to me, and now I am confused.
Weren't you just the one just... Oh my god. Just the other day. Sorry, this cat is very... this is a constant.
Yeah, it's fine.
Weren't you the one just the other day who... I forget exactly how you were saying it. Like you're gonna kick his ass or something like that.
I will say, my lord, you are completely right, and but I was like a blind baby. I was ignorant of the ways of the world. Do you know about the five gods?
What do you know about the five gods?
I know about their true nature. Do you?
You'll laugh. Their true nature. How they're greedy and arrogant. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I mean in a more physical way.
Explain.
I do not know. I cannot explain it to you unless you already know about.
How could you not?
Let's just say they weren't who I thought they were, and for the longest time now they have been telling me that you are evil, that you want to destroy the world. But I'm not sure I believe them anymore.
So, because they have a different, or you said some kind of physical defect, is that what you're trying to get at?
No, my lord. They are strangers to this land. Is that not so?
Aren't we all?
Are you a stranger to this land? I was born here.
I was made here.
Then this is your home, like it is mine. And I wish to know, why do you oppose the five gods? What do you want with this world?
I mean, it's the same thing I've wanted for the last 500 years. I want it back to how it was. And everyone knows this, so I don't know what's confusing to you.
I've heard that you wish to revive old gods and destroy all of Thelia completely.
Revive the old gods and destroy the. Do you not know anything about this world?
Very little. Hence my ignorance. Hence why I sought you out. I want you to teach me about the world.
So you know who Thylia is, correct?
I only know her as this land. I never had an education. I was raised as a slave.
Well, let me educate you here, Centaur. Thylia is, she's
The Earth Mother.
the Earth Mother, right? She created this land, correct?
Yes.
Well, who else did who? She also created. I don't know. Maybe she had children. Yeah.
Yes. Are you descendants from Tilia? Are the old gods?
Yeah, a little bit more than a descendant. You could call her my mom.
Yes. Then, who are the old gods? Who are the 5 gods then? Why did they come here and wage war on you?
Well, what do you know? What do you think you know?
I know the same as everyone else, because they refused to tell me the truth. They appeared out of nowhere, and they started bringing civilization here with the humans and the non-native species, and they began a war against you.
And that's all you know.
Yes.
And it'll be silent for a second. Then we have nothing more to discuss yet. Come seek me out when you learn more.
But how do I know to make the right choice? Must I keep opposing you?
No answer.
I do not want to be your enemy, Sidon. I just want someone to explain this all to me. What's going on? What's really going on? Who are the 5 gods? Where did they come from? And why did they create the Oath of Peace with you?
And he'll say, again, after a few moments of silence, he'll say, how about you quit being candid and lying to me, and maybe I'll give you some more information.
Okay, what lie have I told you?
You apparently know more than you're saying.
I know something about the gods that I'm since I do not know your intentions, I feel that if I reveal this abuse it or use it to overthrow them, and I'm not quite ready to choose a side here yet.
And he doesn't say anything.
I will thank you for your audience and that you have not killed me yet. So I'll thank you for hearing me out and replying to me. You said that I must find out more if I want to talk to you again. Then I shall set that as my quest. When I find out more, I will leave another offering at your temple.
Just make it a different offering this time.
Very well.
And you get the sense that he is no longer there.
I will go to sleep in my cell.
Okay. And when you wake up, guess where you're at?
In my tent.
And he's still in a cell.
Wait, what?
Still in a cell. You got captured.
I'm still stuck in this cell. I'm going to say, excuse me. Still seem to be imprisoned. Can you? Yes.
Oh, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Can you send me back to the Great Games?
And you hear a soft, sultry voice. Why would I do that?
Oh no, Lutheria.
You wanted.
I mean,
you
oh,
wanted.
the Great Lady of Dreams. Yes.
You asked to speak with me. I'm just fulfilling your prayer.
I'm just honored that a goddess like you would actually answer my prayer. But let us
As
not
you
beat
should
around
be.
the bush. We have gravely insulted you in the past. We have attacked your temple. So I know that we
Just
are
me.
not in friendly terms with you at the moment. I understand that. But I come here in good faith. You have sent us dreams, yes?
Of course.
That I assume that you did this because you wanted to teach us something. You wanted to send us a message.
Well, you could say that.
However, I'm only a centaur and my mind is not as powerful as that of a goddess, so the messages that you have sent me were unfortunately I was unable to understand them. And I wish to ask of you, what do you want with us? Why are you sending us this message?
Oh, I just wanted to show you how things could be. But you keep, I don't know, you keep dishonoring me and my brother, and destroying my temple and causing death and destruction wherever you go. You're no better than humans.
I just wish to understand you and your brother a little. I have been told by the five gods that the both of you are evil and that you want to destroy Tilia. But I do not believe that is the case. It's not as simple as that.
Destroy Thylia? Why would we want to destroy our own mother?
Indeed. So, what do you want? Why do you oppose the five gods?
Well, I believe you had the same conversation with my brother. We want to restore the land to its glory and its previous self.
And they are stopping you from doing this.
Of course.
Can you? Are you not powerful enough to defeat them? Can you not enter their dreams?
You calling me weak?
No, I'm just wondering why you haven't succeeded in your plans yet.
Well, there's this little thing called an oath of peace.
Which you agreed to, yes?
We did.
Why? What happened?
There are some things you're not ready to understand. I thought you were speaking before my brother spoke with you. We talked, and I thought you might be ready, but appears you're not ready yet.
I want to be ready. I want to understand, but nobody is telling me anything. You're keeping secrets. Your brother, the five. How can I possibly do the right thing if I don't know what's going on?
Well, I wonder. I'm kind of curious. You are a centaur, correct?
Yes.
The centaur, as far as I remember, worship the gray stallion, correct?
Yes. Some of us do. Many more worship Sidon these days.
As that is understandable.
Yes.
But then if you do that, then why are you in league with the five gods who wish to rid this land of his memory or existence?
Wait, what? What are the five gods trying to do?
Well, they wish for everyone to worship them. Is that not correct?
I don't know. They've never taken an issue with my worship.
Have they not?
No. And they allow your temples in their cities?
All because our followers are many. If they were to get rid of or try to outlaw it just outright, I think there would be civil unrest on their hands, and they're unable to deal with that. If all the people started all of a sudden turned on them and came back to worshiping us, they'd have no more power in this land.
I will tell you that the five gods, I think they want to defeat you for good, get rid of you completely. But your brother said that you are Thilia's children. I'm not sure if that's right, because you belong to this land. You are part of it, right?
Of course.
Is that true? Do you know what the five gods are?
Do you know what the five gods are?
Well, they have revealed their true nature to me recently, and that is what has me so confused about all of this.
Their true nature being greedy, selfish people?
I wouldn't call them people.
Oh, really? What would you call them then?
Wow.
A different kind of being.
So you're saying that they are gods?
Well, gods and something else. I'm sorry, my lady. I cannot reveal this information to you without knowing who's on the right side and who's on the wrong side.
But who's to say what is right and wrong?
Exactly. I want to find out, but if I choose a side now, I don't have the information. I don't know what the plans are. I don't know what the gods' plans are. I don't know why they even came to these lands in the first place.
So then, you want to get information from me,
Yes.
but you won't give me information or tell me what you think you know.
We can make an exchange of information if you wish it.
I think I know more than you know, and I don't think that any exchange of information would glean anything new for me.
No, it may not benefit you directly, but if any information you give me reveals that something good about you or the true nature of this conflict, I might choose your side and serve your interests.
Oh, and turn against your companions. I don't believe that. Considering, wasn't it my granddaughter, supposedly not my granddaughter, sorry, my niece. Apologies. Isn't my niece working for you or working with you and betrothed to the short one?
You mean the Oracle?
You can
I do
call her
believe
that.
so, yes. I believe so. She has. I work for her because she has promised me vengeance against the dragon that destroyed my tribe.
Ah.
Those are my motivations, and the god I serve is the divine stallion, not the five gods.
So, you're working with these five gods because my niece, your oracle,
Yes.
said that she would help you seek out and destroy the dragon that wiped out your family.
Yes, exactly.
But has she given you information?
Some, yes. She has led me on a path that gave me a weapon that can slay dragons, and she has revealed the next step in my journey to find this red dragon.
And what information is that? Maybe it's true, maybe it's not.
We'll find out, but if she betrays me, then I won't take it kindly.
But what if I were to... has she given you a name?
No, she has not.
So, what if I were to give you that name?
What would you seek in return?
Well, what would that gain? Because you said that the only reason why you are with these people is to get this information. So what if I were to give it to you?
Then I would probably try to hunt this dragon down and kill it.
And so you would maybe come and work for me instead?
I'm not so sure. I mean, I've seen what goes on in your temples. That is not my kind of thing. I always try to do the right thing. So when it comes to the fate of Thylia, what matters to me is that her future is secure and what happens is the right thing. If the Titans are evil, I will oppose the Titans. If the gods are evil, I will
But you just said that the only reason why you're working with these gods is because my niece...
that is how they... Yes. I mean, that is why I work with them, for this reason, this destiny. But I do not worship them, and I do not trust them.
So you worship... I understand you worship my brother, or the great...
The Divine Stallion.
I understand that. So... What if I were to give you this information about the dragon? Maybe you come work for me then instead of working with these gods.
Do you have this information? Because
I do.
I would...
just like Bercy's had this information the entire time.
She has?
Of course she has. Isn't she called the Oracle? Of course she would know.
Again, with the lies and the games, I just don't know anymore. They're always hiding things from me. And you are hiding things too.
I mean,
will work.
obviously you're hiding something too because you tried to screw with my brother.
I did not try to screw with him.
Obviously you did, or you wouldn't have left what you left.
I made a deal with your brother. I will contact him again when he deems me ready. When I know more.
Obviously, you are not ready.
I will do you. I will do a quest for you if you give me this information. But I will not perform any evil acts, such as killing children or anything like that. I won't.
Why,
I won't do anything evil, but I will do a quest for you if you need it.
Why would I want children killed?
That's what happens in your temple.
That might be the more... what's the mortal term? The more...
Fanatics?
Fanatic, yes.
That is why we attacked your temple, to save the children.
But yeah, I would not want anyone wiped out and sacrificed to me. Of course not.
If you have a quest for me, then say it, and we can make a deal. You do not have to decide right now. You can contact me anytime, I assume.
We'll see.
All right.
But
well,
for now...
thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you, my dear. And do give my brother your best next time you talk to him, or you pray to him.
I shall.
He does so enjoy your prayers.
Does he?
And she'll say, "Toodaloo."
Okay, that was interesting. I will go to sleep again in my cell.
And you wake up in your tent.
Oh, thank God. I will immediately rush to Corbin's tent. Is he there?
Is Corbin there?
Corbin?
I don't know.
Corbin, are you in your tent?
Oh, I guess it depends on what time it is, because if it was close to the games, I would have headed towards the games. But if it's still
Yeah, this would have taken place in like 10-minute time.
Oh, okay. Then I'd be in my tent.
Say, what the hell did you give me, Corbin?
Well, I gave you that game. It's just
Sidon was not happy.
Mm.
In fact, he was quite pissed. What is that game?
That's very interesting. It's 20 squares. It's a game everybody plays.
I will smash over a nearby table. Are you trying to get me killed?
No,
I'm trying to save the world. And it seems like I'm doing it alone.
I'm trying to help you, my friend.
How? What are you doing?
Obviously, you got an audience with him.
Obviously.
So my gift must have helped.
Those titans are exactly the same as the gods.
I think you might be onto something there.
They're all
I'm not-
holding on to their secrets.
I'm not sure we can fully trust anybody.
No, but
I don't
One
think they're
thing-
good, though. I don't think the Titans are good at all.
no, but one thing I do believe is Sidon's words that he does not wish to destroy Thylia.
I think that is a lie. Have you asked your horse god? Maybe he would know. He is not a Titan or a...
I don't know what
One of the
he is or where he belongs, but he is.
I would get his opinion.
I would, but I've never really spoken to E. You cannot speak to him like you can speak to a Titan. It's more like he sends you a message when it pleases him.
I think,
I
I think you should look for his visions. And
I-
while we're on the subject, I am concerned about you. It seems like you have changed since you came back.
Changed how?
No, well, we already said you had the vision and you sacrificed the Minotaur.
Yes, that is.
That is quite disturbing.
I did what I had to do.
Yeah, but why? I mean, I think maybe some gods are screwing with you too.
I got revived from the dead. That
Right.
kind of thing doesn't come free.
Well, who is it that's charging you this price?
I don't know, but
Exactly why to be worried about.
I understand your point, and I agree. I will gladly accept your help in finding it out.
Okay.
If you want to
I
help
will-
me find
I-
out who resurrected me and why.
I will help you. Just make sure you tell me if you're asked to do anything else for this favor of bringing you back.
Well, I spoke to Sidon and Lutheria, and they told me that I am too ignorant, that I must learn a certain truth about Thylia before talking to them again. And when I do, they will reveal more information to me about what really happened.
Well, maybe we can work together to figure out this truth for you.
Yes. And do you know how Mitras died?
She gave her life to save Thylia, is what the legends say.
Yes, that is the story, but what are the details? What happened? What did she give her life to? Like, did someone kill her? Was someone trying to kill Thylia? Was she in love with someone? I mean, someone doesn't just give their life for Thylia. Something has to have happened.
Maybe she just loved the people.
No, something happened. And the Oath of Peace, do you know how that came to be?
No, I don't know these answers.
Exactly, and that doesn't bother you?
Of course it bothers me. That's why I don't trust anybody anymore.
Then we are on the same page, my friend. But I will tell you now that I do still trust you, even if you're keeping secrets. I know that you're probably just doing what you think is best for you.
You're a wise horse.
But one day, we're going to, one day you're going to insult me too gravely and then we'll fight it out.
Could be. I am quite interested though, if these were the dragons of old.
It seems very likely.
That means they can become gods. But then they also said others could become gods. Maybe we have a chance to become gods.
That seems logical to me, that you can, if you become powerful enough and you get worshipped, that you can become a god. Is that something you aspire to?
I don't know. I was thinking of bringing the Dragonlords back.
Well, I'm not exactly in the market to become a god myself, but I assume it's possible. But I'm not sure if becoming a god deserves worship from anyone.
If we do, just promise me, stay away from the cheesy potatoes.
Oh god, can you imagine a fat centaur?
Now I gotta find a picture of one.
Right?
Alright.
Oh, all right. What's the next game?
A Vulcan's Anvil.
Is that a team game or a singles game?
Well, let's do this. Let's go to it. Oh my god. Who the hell posted that? That was Steve. What do you mean, we, white man? Wow.
Oh, lots of
But-
monsters.
But I'll give you this. You're kind of seeing how this is starting to play out a little bit.
Yes.
Well, I certainly am.
Yeah. So yeah, Vulcan's Anvil, monster hunter craziness, huge monsters, touch the flame everywhere. In honor of Vulcan, there'll be fire hazards, opponents. Just endure. Team with most team members will stay. Yeah, I believe. I'm gonna have to check my notes again because I transferred it to my laptop, but I have to transfer it back. I'll give you more information for next week because we're not going to start it tonight.
If you're looking for a spell or a potion, Corbin, get something fireproof.
I think I might actually already have one, thank God, because I can't buy anything. Thanks to
I
somebody
mean-
pissing off the most powerful.
You could just hire someone to buy it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Would they though?
True. I mean, just
Because-
get someone from the Ultras to buy it.
Because
Corbin's not entirely certain he's going to participate in these games anymore. They just keep getting killed. They just keep getting killed.
and they're in honor of these gods. Well, the whirlpool is in honor of Thylia. Yeah. See. So yeah, there's only 3 more. So you got this one, the Vulcan's Anvil, then the Whirlpool, which is a naval battle, which is going to be kind of cool, and then the 100 Hands, if people are going to participate in that, which I'm assuming at least one of you is.
I will ask Corbin to participate anyway because, the more of us there are, the higher chance we have to win the money.
Okay, but you got to bring me back to life. I don't want to die in these things.
Don't worry, Nicodemus can revive you.
You have the diamond and the skill.
Yeah, my magic isn't powerful enough for that yet, but Nico's got you.
Oh, let me cheers this stuff.
You have to lay on hooves, though.
Yeah, lay on hooves.
Uh.
You did just heal Gaius.
True.
I don't know
You
that,
get
right?
5 points.
I don't know that he healed guys.
No, you are gone.
Yeah.
And before I leave, Corbin, as I'm exiting, did you poison Gaius?
Yeah, because he was such a dick to you. He tried to kill you. He did kill you, actually.
Amateurs will laugh very hard about that and walk away. Well, that's me just waiting for the next game now.
All right. So yeah, after this is all said and done, you hear, Gaius will come up looking for Demetrius's tent. Demetrius.
Yes, what is it?
The game's about to go. If you're coming.
Oh, I'm coming. Let's go.
Right, and they look buddy now.
Super awkward.
Sus.
Extra sus on Demetrius. So are we walking all together then? Do I see him walking with guys?
If you want to.
Alright. I will join him and I'll say, you look better, Gaius.
Yes, thank you. If it wasn't for my friend Demetrius here, I don't know if I would have gotten better.
And I give Corbin an apologetic smile and I awkwardly scratch the back of my head.
I will
I'll
tell
say
Gaius. I will say to Gaius, I say, I know you want your boots, but you must understand that this is prophecy. These boots part of an oath that they must be mine. And you know how those things work.
Well, here's a prophecy for you. It's prophesized that I'll get my boots back.
I think that would be a big mistake.
Yeah, you should let it go, guys.
My boots.
You got your life back.
Well, I wouldn't have said anything until this little shit had to start talking about him again.
Come on, guys. You know
My
that's
boots.
not true.
My boots. I have no problem with Amitrius here. I understand him. I understand Nico. I even understand the barbarian woman. But you. No.
Where did you get these boots from? I know they are not yours.
They were passed down from my father. Who were passed down from his father. Who were passed down from his father. And now all of a sudden you stole them because it's your prophecy.
Are you related to the Dragonlords, Gaius?
Once upon a time.
Is your distant ancestor a Dragonlord?
Possibly.
I will give Corbin a sharp look. That's an
He's
interesting
no
to know.
He's no relation of mine.
Of course not. My great however many times grandfather Corbin was the big strong man, not this little weakling you see before you.
I fucking knew it. I knew
Not
it.
this Pipsqueak over here.
See, Corbin? Aren't you glad I revived him now?
I guess so.
No, that's the wisdom of Amitrius. When someone's dead, they're dead. But now that they're alive, you can find out the truth. And I walk away to the games.
And Gaius will see one of his ladies and will excuse himself as well, mumbling
That
about
is
the
so.
boots.
That is so fucking good. That is so funny. Oh man,
The youngsters,
That
they
is-
have no respect for their elders.
that is such good content. Guy is the Corbin's grandchild.
Great.
Still, he's got your blood. Your blood flows through his vein.
I'm sure I can use that against him in the battle.
Maybe, but he's never gonna believe that you're him.
And, yeah, he's going to be. I mean, he's now. Yeah, obviously, he's convinced now that you know. That those are his boots.
Oh.
They're technically your boots too, but you know they're his.
Yeah, actually, yeah, they're rightfully his. Like the way he earned them is like good. It's like a family heirloom.
Nope, not like he just went up and stole them. Nope.
You need to convince him that you're the true Corbin. That will settle the score. Maybe, probably impossible.
You never know.
Woof, woof, woof. But yeah, I think
Time, and now we find out that Guy is Corbin's grandkid. That is so good.
That's funny.
It's gonna make it harder for me to kill him.
it's not gonna
Yeah,
make it hard for him to kill you.
True. That would be like what's that sin called again? If you kill your family or your ancestor.
Yeah, it's a grandfather paradox.
Yeah.
Patricide.
That's right. If he
Patricide,
kills me, he'll never exist. So yeah, there you go.
No, because you're the reincarnated version. Right?
Yeah.
Yep. Right.
Depends on which rules of time we're playing by.
Oh man, your entire family name turned to Sidon. It's being carried by Gaius. Jesus.
Yes, I'll get it to you. I gotta make it.
I can't wait for what kind of fuckery Ingorgio is gonna come up with when we go to the Centaur lands or the Amazon lands.
Oh, don't worry. I had things and I add on to it. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, see?
Like I have like before we began, like I had a few things. Like okay, now that you get the story's progressing and you know you're doing your own things, now I'm adding in little bits and pieces here and there. Just
It's pretty well thought out. Like,
But,
I'm not giving the boots to this random NPC, but actually giving him like a solid reason for why.
Now you understand my boots, my boots.
Yeah, I mean, if it's an ancient family heirloom that your entire family has worn and that you're super proud of, then yeah, it's worth more than gold.
Yeah, travel the world with Odyssey.
Exactly.
But that'll be good because we can start with the Vulcan's Anvil next week.
All right.
Maybe get through that and Whirlpool, depending. Who knows? A lot of information. Again, that was another session with Zero Combat.
Gotta throw the rules up for those again because I can't get to them.
It's in the Great Games.
I've lost the drop down for that again.
You have not. Go to Odyssey
Yep.
tab. Look for threads. Click
Where
on.
do I see?
It should be like a number sign or number like pound.
Yeah.
Click on that. It'll give you like a little drop down box. And then click on Great Games.
Didn't give me the drop down box.
Click on
Oh
it.
wait, at the top maybe.
Yeah.
Threads.
And it's
Great
just-
games. There it is.
Yeah, so you didn't lose it. You just gotta find it.
I don't know why it doesn't stay up there though.
If it's longer than I believe a week, then it goes away.
Ah.
It gets archived, but you can always pull it back up. But yeah, that'll be good. We can start. Yeah, we'll start back off with Vulcan's Anvil next week. Maybe the gods will be there. Who knows?
Or whatever illusions they put in place.
Yeah. Another session with Zero Combat. That was fun. Okay, jeez.
You better take care of that cat.
Damn. It's dinner or breakfast time, so now he's bitching. All right. Yeah. Thanks, guys. We'll pick it back up next week.
Thanks. Great.
See you next week.
All right, stream. We are done. Thanks for hanging out. All these sus people, all this sus shit going down. But we'll be back here next Sunday. And until then, goodbye.